I swear this room gets more crowded every time I look away. Why have the amount of occupants doubled? Okay, what was I going to do? I've done the international B license, so I have that open. Should I just get international A first? Yeah, that might be a good idea, because then I'd get a couple of events opening up. You get a race car from here, so that's, I guess, something I'd do. Same here. Oh, I don't have a GTM car yet. Do you get anything interesting from here? Or at least that I can sell, because I need to try and get a bit of money to get a decent race car, I think. Let me check. Oh, you just get another 70s Skyline. Okay, not worth it then. I think you get a race car from here, so that's worth doing. This is also definitely worth doing. I guess we're just doing licenses again. Just to get IA so we can get that out of the way. Hey, Carol. And I forgot again. There we go. Too much speed on the exit. Actually, in the mid-corner was too much speed. Better angle, too. Not chasing golds today. I don't quite need any of the prize cars from licenses. Oh boy, this test. Chicane test. Really? 9 milliseconds? Alright, let's see. I'll at least get silver at least. I lost too much speed into the first entry. I hit the brakes too late, I think. How is that worse? I guess maybe my first entry was too slow. What do you mean I have an exact same time of 17,709? I'm surprised that did not fail me. Does the replay work if I view it? Because I know the ghost doesn't work, but does the replay work? Okay, the replay works. That was a deep cut. How did that not fail? That was an extremely deep cut into the first corner. I wonder why they couldn't have put the finish a lot closer. Why do you have to do one final corner where you can understand? Like, what was the point of that? I guess because the one in Fuji worked because the curbs were wider? I don't know. You're taking it too deep into the second half of the chicane, it is. Much better. Can this GTR speed up? Why is it so slow? It takes such a weird line through that hairpin as well. Nice. What have they done to this SC1000? That was way too slow. Nope, bad exit angle. Bad entry, bad exit. Too much. Nope. That was already too deep. A drift wasn't going to work. Oh boy, Yellowbird. Not early enough. Too early on the throttle. Because they were just a bit later. Nope, still hit the wall again. Oh, come on. Slipped right off. I can accept that wall tap. That was a bad entry. I was already sliding. Good thing that post wasn't solid. Nope. Too early on the brakes. How do I keep braking too early? Too early on the throttle. Keep forgetting it's just front-wheel drive. Didn't hit the brakes enough that time. Now, this car does not want to turn. Am I really going to hit the inside of every corner? I feel like this could be optimized a bit. Man, it's just getting worse now. I don't need a goal, but it's already close, so I might as well try. Oof, bad entry into that one. Yeah, that was just overall bad. Lost too much speed in the first roundabout. Ooh, I didn't hit the brakes enough. I only slowed down to 70 instead of about 60. Why do I always let go of the brakes too quickly there? Nope. I hit the brakes too late into that double 90-degree, that double sharp corner. Too much speed into that. Too early on the throttle, should have let the car rotate a little bit more. There we go. Hey, someone's just sent in another server event. What do you mean Japan is a McDonald's Evangelion collab? Can this GTR move a bit faster? I missed the corner, because there's no brake markings because they took them out. Why did they take the brake markings out? Hey, Star Driver, please stop. Stop doing that. Just drive, please. I beg you. Just drive. Why does he take that corner so slowly? What do you mean I'm about to overtake the pace car? At that corner. Can you just speed up, please? Can you move a bit faster, please? Overcooked that corner a bit, whoops. It's always that last corner that messes me up. Why does this car have no power? I mean, I guess it is a rally raid car. So I guess it's designed more for longevity. Short spikes of power. Oh no. Why? It's not that this test is particularly difficult in the time requirements, but man, it just feels horrible to drive on. No, that image is not real. There's no way. There's no way someone would be so lazy that they AI generate the picture of a stick figure standing next to some graph axes. No, I refuse to believe somebody did that. How lazy can you get? I don't even care anymore. It's not that, again, it's not like that test times are hard. The feeling of the car is just terrible. I forget this car has 7 gears. Second is probably extremely short. Hey, Chief. I think I can do a little bit better than that. Especially in that last set of corners. Whoops. I don't think I've ever failed like that in this test where I accidentally drive too much on the inside. Right here. That was slower. Alright, whatever. Oh, nope, that sucked into the grass there. You know, I'd rather not spend too much time here. I don't really need the golds. Again, I don't think I need the... I don't remember what it is. I don't think I need it. I'll just carry on. I've already completely forgotten how to do this test. I was just describing to someone how to do this test a couple days ago. How have I already forgotten how to do it? That was close. Already completely forgotten how to do this one. Why is that second one at a time just floating away? There we go. There are people who can get sub-14s on this test. How? Like, actually how? That's like gonna be a perfect line. You know what time it is? Already terrible start. Yeah, I think I'll just start in second. Oh, right, comforts. No taking that corner like that. Everybody always hypes up this test to be difficult. Honestly, the hardest part is staying on the road. Hello, GTR, can you please speed up? Thank you. Yeah, the two hardest parts of this test is staying on the road and trying not to hit the pace car or overtake it. The times themselves are not difficult at all. Like that. I wanted to take a more ideal line. GTR won't let me. And there too. Pace car, please. I haven't got time for your shenanigans. Just speed up. I can't take the YouTube corner at 110. This isn't the GSX-R4. I hate that little drop down when doing Mission 34. It kills so many runs, because the SLR just spins out. I swear if I failed there. I think this might actually be my best time for IA-15. I don't think I've ever gone an 844. Thanks, Big Spots. And hi, too. Oop, hit the brakes a bit too late there. I swear this car usually turns a bit better than usual. Than right now. Again, I swear I used to be able to take that corner faster, or am I just imagining things? And that's too deep of a cut. Hello, porpoising. Again, I love how they accidentally recreated their... by pure accident, implementing this game's physics. I guess it's back to the trenches now. Back to the world of way too many driver assists. Does this R35 have anything interesting about it? 7-gear gear. Do I have anything? Yeah, sure, why not? It'll drive better than a supercar. This is cheaper. I have to make this drive like a supercar. Well, drive well enough to beat a supercar. Okay, no, VCD isn't too important, I think. It helps, but it's not the most important thing in the world, so I can skip it. Definitely will need this. The stock gearbox is not going to hold up against the original turbo. And the clutch is nice as well. Grab a diff as well. Okay, I can't touch those. And here, time for some more forbidden techniques again. This is not the technique known as the gear trick. This is a way more. This is a different technique that actually exploits a bug in this screen to get some better ratios. The gear trick doesn't exploit any bugs. This, however, does. That looks good to me.
No.
Alright, supercar time. $63 points? Yeah, we'll see about that. Traction control. I don't care about your stinking traction control. Oh, the understeer. ASM understeer, really? Is this thing only dropping like 750 RPM? On upshifts? This is insane. Excuse me, Celine. Bye, guys! Oh, I think I outbroke my... Who's that in sick? I like how that last shift from 5th to 6th is like 400 RPM drop or something like that. Oh, the spiker. Oh no, I just realized I do actually have a use for the, I have a use for the Chisetta that you get from this. Actually, no, I don't think I want to suffer driving it with all assists. That's probably a terrible idea. Oh no, I'm losing a little concentration. That's not good. I was close. How did Zeta hold on to fourth? I like how RSC is on the banner, but neither of the RSCs can enter this event. It is pretty sad. It just won't let me accelerate out of a corner. And it just keeps stealing my speed in the corner. Suppose it could be worse. At least this isn't maximum assists on the online public beta. I'm pretty sure the assists there are much stronger. So maximum assists over there would actually just be complete pain. Hey, ZZ2, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Thanks, ZZ2. There's another car I wish I can use here, but it doesn't qualify. Doesn't get enough power. It's also a concept. So, you know, pretty bad. It can't enter this event twofold. The concept, and doesn't get enough power. It's already doomed. It really is. Corner exit speed helps a lot though. Like, you can make up a lot of time in the corners of this track. You know, when the assists aren't absolutely sapping you of all your speed with every corner. Like, I've done the endurance with a pretty lightly upgraded 330i. Just by cornering. By just using sports mediums and tuning the car so it turns a lot better. And the endurance actually went... Well, it wasn't a sweep, but it was pretty far ahead. It was like a minute ahead of second by the end. Especially the 90-degree corner gauntlet. You can gain so much time there. Just by having good handling. Yeah, that's fair enough. Like, all these 90-degree corners, you gain a lot of time just by having good lines, even without straight line speed. Like, of course, you still need some straight line speed. But as long as you can get, like, maybe 80–90% of the straight line speed of the post, and then make everything up in the corners, and the race is long enough, no need to go in with the ridiculously high-power car. Like, in a run without assists, yeah, the assists really hinder this car. If I didn't have assists on this car, I'd probably be quite a bit ahead. Because I've used this car before for Supercar Festival. On a save file where I was only running... What was it? Traction Control 1? Because I'm not brave enough to do... Like, 0 ASM, Traction Control 1. Because I'm not brave enough to do Traction Control 0. Right then. For your time beam. I'd have loved to use a GSX-R4 in this event. Not powerful enough though. It's also a concept. But I remember using in like a different save file. I'd use like a cheat patch someone made that allows any car that isn't a special car to enter any event. Yeah, even with its sub 300 horsepower maxed out, with it fully tuned and set up, it runs rings around the supercars. Like, that car, you can get 6 races after the B license. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely carries the early and mid game. The absolute highest level of opponents it can beat are just... and LM race cars, though. Prototypes are way too quick for it in straight line speed. Actually, there is a race where you can reliably get a weaker car to beat prototypes, as long as this weaker car has good tire management. Real circuit tours, Nürburgring race. Because that's 2 laps, and everyone is on softs. But you have the choice of any tires, yeah. If you can at least survive both laps without stopping, and you don't get an opponent that has low wear like the Pescarolo or the Audi or something, you can beat the AI by virtue of them just dying halfway through lap 2. I think someone's also done like a test where they beat the prototypes in real circuit tours. Oh no, were they real circuit tours? It was on a different event where they did it on high speed. Was it high speed ring? Simply by just going much faster in the corners and just keeping up. Yeah, real circuit tours is a great place to get weaker cars to beat prototypes, especially in the tracks where the AI overextends. This car is definitely at least fast enough on the straight lines. Because it beat the Sienne on Seoul. Like, even with the assists weighing the car down. This is probably the best track for this car. Actually, I think Infineon's also good, or Sonoma, or whatever you want to call it. Just technical tracks are just much better against supercars. What car is this? It's the everyone's favorite Impreza, the new Spec C.
Going on.
I'm on vanilla because, well, I didn't want to deal with online assist, and also because the Spec C's been nerfed in Spec 2. Like the other 4-wheel drive cars are meh, but instead of making them better, this car was nerfed instead. I'm still not sure why. Instead of giving more choices for more enjoyable drives, the one car that sticks out is nerfed. Like, it'd be nice to have a decent variety of all good. Because then you are encouraged to actually try some. Oh, the Spec C is actually pretty infamous. It's probably, like, if you're not, you know, held down by assists, it's probably the single best car for the off-road events in vanilla. Simply because in vanilla you can get more downforce in the rally cars, and it has more grip than a lot of the rally cars. And can hold its grip even when its power is max tuned. It's one of the more known ones simply because you can buy it, right? I think my favorite open secret, as in open secret broken car in this game, is the one I mentioned earlier, the GSX R4. You can get it 6 races after getting a B license. It's got the tied highest grip stat with 2 other. Yeah, it is. You need a bit of a side quest to get it, but it's so worth it. It's got the tied highest grip stats with the Amuse S2000R1 and a Caterham 7. But the difference is, you can get 30-30 downforce with it with the GT wing. The R1 is locked to 0-10, and the Caterham's a special car, so you can't use it in the races. But the GSX R4 is just a normal concept car, so you can just join races that don't forbid concept cars with it. It has, I think with maximum weight reductions, it only weighs like 568 kilos or something. So with max power, like 275 electric horsepower, at 568 kilos, with that much grip, it is insane. There's a reason why they're pretty hard to beat in the one make when you're driving the Swift concept. Because they are just that much better. The only downside of it is that it has a very slow gear shift, but you can mitigate that with gear setups and drivetrain upgrades. So when properly set up, you can basically go toe-to-toe all the way up to 500s and comfortably as well. And it's got really good tire management. I think T-Kanji once made a setup for it for Tsukuba 9 hours that can do, what was it, 63 laps on a set of sports mediums. The only reason why it doesn't go sports hards, because it runs out of fuel first. Before even running out of tires. Of course, that's with B-Spec driving it, because B-Spec has insane throttle control, so has much better tire wear than, a player. But yeah, a B-Spec setup for the GSX R4 that lasts 63 laps of Tsukuba on sports mediums. It's insane. Can be unlocked that early in the game. And once you get one, you can just get more. You can just farm them once you get one. So you'll never run out of them. When one of them has 1,000-something kilometers and the engine starts wearing, you can just get another one. Using your existing one. The game makes no attempt to hide it. I think the only reason why it's an open secret that not many people know is because, again, you gotta go through what's basically a side quest. You gotta go get yourself a Suzuki K car, do the Suzuki K car 1 make, to get the Swift concept, and then use the Swift concept to get a GSX R4, which is pretty difficult, so there's a skill filter to getting one. But it is absolutely worth it to find one. It also hasn't been nerfed in Spec 2, so it's, you know, free real estate to completely carry your mid game and early. The Concept S2 is also a pretty decent front-wheel drive too. Like, I'd say it's probably one of the best front-wheel drives in the whole game. So, in doing that side quest, I'd say you get two pretty good cars for the categories that they exist in. Yeah, actually, before I do the last race of Supercar Festival, I'm just gonna just show the car. Since I do have one on the save because it's one of the best. Well, because, you know, it's less held with assists because it's got a lot of grip, so the assists don't trigger as much on it. Also, I just think it looks nice. I'm just gonna demonstrate this car. I'm not gonna stick with the rules of, like, I'll full assists. I'll just demonstrate lap on the Nürburgring this without being held back by 50,000 assists. Oh wait, I actually forgot to put the assists back on after I used it in here. I just want to demonstrate this. Like, I'm not going to use this in a race right now. Well, good thing I haven't used it since that demonstration. Because otherwise I would have broken the challenge. Hey, wait, look.
I whiffed and I missed.
Let me just make sure that this is all set up properly. 1.4, 2.1. Yeah, seems good to me. Actually, let me increase the rear camber because this thing needs the rear grip. Gears look fine. Springs and ride height look fine. Actually, I'll lower this to 95 to make it less responsive. So it becomes a little less wobbly. Oh yeah, this also gets 100% nitrous power. So you get... So while using nitrous, you get double the power. So here it goes on a set of racing mediums. Not even super softs. Let me also start driving properly. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, and that's for sub 300 horsepower as well. It really helps that this thing is only like 568 kilos when you get all the weight reductions. Sweden crutes? No problem. Yeah, pretty much. I always mess up the entrance to Arenberg. I never just take a good line on it. Okay, that was a bad entry from me. Way too much speed. Well, good to know Nürburgring grass is still lethal. It doesn't matter what car you use, Nürburgring grass is always lethal. I guess one of my favorite demo tracks for this car, El Capitan, which really rewards, well, the forward layout of El Capitan really rewards like being able to keep momentum. So if I just quickly go to it, and I'm going to take off the racing tires this time because I don't think this needs the racing tires here. Like, this is probably one of the most challenging, well, medium speed circuits in the game. Again, this is just on sports softs with maximum downforce and a setup. No racing tires this time. It absolutely is. This is probably my single favorite car in this entire game. Like, there's a pretty good reason why I glazed this car. I mean, you can like a car, even if there's no good reason to, like, you know, say, "Oh, this car is great" or whatever. I guess the only few downsides I have with this car, it's very easy to spin out simply because of how light it is. So it pivots very easily. So if you take a corner without too much care, it is easy to send the tail around.
Yeah.
And yeah, it also gets pushed around a lot because, you know, most cars in this game are much heavier than it. On the topic of the M3s, however, I still don't know what happened internally during... So you know how there's 3 road-going M3s, E46 M3s in this game? There's the base model, the CSL, and the GTR. But for some reason, somewhere in development, they messed up. They accidentally gave the GTR so for some reason, the CSL has the most grip, the base model is 2nd place, and the GTR 3rd. And I'm still not sure how that happened. The GT PSP and GT5 onwards fixed the issue. So, you know, the GTR becomes the best of the 3, as it's supposed to be. As in terms of spec-wise, that is. Yeah. I think the fix they did in PSP and 5 was to give it the same grip modifiers as the CSL, which is sufficient because its other stats are technically slightly better than the CSL and the base. Like, it's slightly more rear heavy, so you get more grip and rotation. Got bigger tires. It also gets lighter with the weight reduction than the CSL and base model. So in PSP and GT5, they did actually fix this. Fix the GTR. Yeah, big GTR. But in this game, at the very least, if you're taking an M3, the CSL is definitely the best choice. I wish you can give the SLR a rear wing in this game. Because the CN has an active wing, but P-wing on it. Which all it does is just disable the active wing. But for some reason they won't let you do the same with the SLR. Despite the fact that the SLR would benefit heavily from it. Because it's already very rear grip biased, and then add on top of the fact that it has a with 0.30 downforce, so it becomes quite understeery. You can put a GT wing on it, you can at least, you know, reduce some of the rear downforce and add front downforce. To make it a bit less of a land yacht. The Chizetto is also another car that also would become much better with a GT Wing. Because it's weird handling. Part of its weird handling is because it's stuck with 0 downforce that you can't see unless you dig into the game internals. So I think out of all the supercars, the Celine S7 got done the most dirty, I think. It has no downforce in this game. Aerodynamic design, it's got a rear wing. Nah, it's got 0 downforce, mate. And you can't put a GT wing on it. Actually, there's actually something funny as well. In GT3, every single road car has some amount of downforce. You can't change that downforce. But, you know, the more aerodynamic the car, and the more it's been designed towards having some amount of downforce, it actually has, you know, a representative amount of downforce. But for some reason over here, they've backpedaled. So a lot of the road cars just have no downforce at all. Even if they've been, you know, designed bits and pieces to give them even just a little bit of downforce. I realize it's probably to make room for the GT wing. But it's not like some cars are allowed to get one even after being nerfed in that department. And some cars already have downforce. And you can put a GT wing on it. The CN is a good example. The ZZ2 also gets a wing. The R390 GT1 road car also gets a wing. And interestingly about the R390 GT1 car is that with that car, with a GT wing, gets more front downforce than a prototype. Yeah, but like, the Skylines in this game have 0.3. It's still worth just giving them a little bit of downforce, right? Just to give them some variety. And a bit more flexibility when you actually put the GT wing on, so you can tune them a bit differently. Although maybe it doesn't help that they also broke downforce in this game. In GT2 and GT3, downforce actually works somewhat how you'd expect it. You get more grip at higher speeds, but it does increase your drag, so your cars accelerate worse at higher speeds and also can't maintain a higher top speed because of the increased drag. The only thing missing from the two was the fact that downforce doesn't cause your tires to wear out faster. Like if you have like high downforce. GT4, I'd say they've managed to break downforce the most in the whole series. Min downforce versus max downforce, you don't really feel much of a difference in top speed. Like, I've set up a Toyota GT1 prototype that has the lowest wind drag in the US version of GT4. Minimum downforce versus maximum downforce after setting up the car to have as little wheel spin as possible. I only had a difference of about 100 milliseconds in a timed kilometer speed test. Like 100 milliseconds, which is like, it could be down to my start or bad thing or whatever. Actually no, I even used auto so that it would have the same shifts. Also, yeah, it's helpful as in max assists. helpful in photos. Yeah, it should be much. What ends up a lot of tire wear is based on your grip. The more grip you lose, as in the faster your tires wear out. But downforce, because it acts like a grip multiplier in this game, reduces the amount your tires slide around. So you actually just get more tire. You get more an extended tire life with downforce. And it also has some additional benefits as well. It stabilizes the car over. So if you hit a bump, your car is less likely to spin out. So in this game, downforce is quite literally free. The only reason why you wouldn't have it set is if it creates a grip imbalance in the car. Like, say, if you have too much front downforce, it would cause the car to be tail happy. But otherwise, if the car doesn't become tail happy when you max out the downforce, you might as well keep it on max downforce. It's kind of dumb, yeah, but it does also mean that you can you can hit a lot of weaker cars against stronger cars by virtue of just making the weaker car handle better. So you can open up some really interesting matchups. Actually, there is one down. Cars with big tires and high downforce of sorts. It's not really porpoising because it's not the suspension. So it's not because of the fact that the suspension is oscillating, like in real life, when you have high down. Yep, this is indeed the Plan C Subi. It's just that for some reason, because of the high downforce, if the car has a big enough tire, the force of the increased gravity causes the... And especially on really bumpy tracks, this causes the tires to wear out a lot faster. So it's... Because it's essentially your tires leaving the ground and then touching it again. Yeah, I blame push to talk then. And that effect is way worse on PAL, where high downforce cars just really start bouncing at high speeds. What was I going to do after this? Okay, that's open. I just now need a race car. Yeah, I think it's because of the FPS, yeah. Because this is only, 60 ticks per second, and then in PAL... What would be a good thing to do after this? Because I definitely don't want to... Yeah, so I just need GTWC now. I need a race car. Yeah, I'm using push to talk. It's kind of awkward. It's why it's cutting out every so often. I guess this is worth doing. I don't think I'm going to be using the Z that you get from this. But it is worth doing simply to get it and sell it. Because I think I do want to save up 4.5 for one of these. Not that, not that. I still don't know why you're allowed to just buy this. This is probably the single best prototype in the entire game, which will help in here because, you know, it'll have to deal with the assists a lot less. So I'm not exactly sure why you're just allowed to buy one of these. It's just here. And yet, it's relative. This thing. You can't buy this. This is only winnable through the 24 hours event. I have to be right back for a couple minutes. Gotta run a couple errands. Boneless. It'd be the boneless Levant for the Bentley Speed 8. I think Bone-In gives you the R8 actually, as a prize car. Yeah, this Be Right Back room is getting crowded. Last time I checked, there were only 2 people in here. Why are there 4 now?
Give me some beat, anything. Okay.
That is indeed Scythe Mission 28 license test. I think I made that at around the time Coincident was doing his Scythe for the first time playthrough. I badly wanted to post it on his server, but didn't know what channel or where to post it. Because it's technically a meme, but there's no memes channels there, so it's out of the question. So I just kept it to myself. Well, not really, because I have posted it in a couple GT servers and a bunch of other places. Let me find, actually. So I got this newer version. No, not a new scene. I want a window capture. Is this thing. That's the wrong window. Let's face it, this map is a license test. Gives you your license as to strafe run 50. And where did I put this thing? Here it is. I think what I wanted to do was all Japan GT, JGTC, and Japan Championship. I'll just do it in this, because why not? I don't have a GT500 or a GT300, might as well just use this, I guess. I wish Spec 2 still lets you do stuff like this. GT300 and GT500 does not let you take anything except for other GT300 and GT500s. I wish there was a power limit or something instead, where like, oh yeah, you can't exceed 500 horsepower, or like 550 horsepower for GT500 and 300 something for GT300. Like, I just want to craft my own Super GT race car. Just let me do it, please. But what do I know? I'm just someone who moves sliders for, well, as the quote on the top of the screen suggests. I'm not a real race car driver, I just move sliders around. I don't even drive the cars that I claim to drive since I tuned them. They're no longer the same car, right? I take a Vitz, change the suspension, it's no longer a Vitz. It's something else. Actually, I just realized something. Do I only have mediums? I should buy hards. Just as a spare set for, I think there's one race in particular that needs it. That whole thing about if you tune a car, it becomes a different car. That's a real take. That's change the parts of the car and it's no longer the same car. I thought we were playing a racing game, not trying to solve a philosophy problem. I forgot I have assists on. Oh, come on. It's just eating all my cornering speed. I don't have to win all the races, but it would be nice just for the extra cash. Excuse me. One of these cars is not like the other. Definitely you'll have to buy rigidity refresh after this. Shame it's always 50,000 with no consideration for the car. Oh well. There's still a lot of untapped potential in the AI cars. Because they haven't, they're like here in the GTC, they actually aren't running on max downforce. You can probably make them way more menacing by just changing the default downforce for the JGTCs to be their max downforce. Makes them a lot more formidable. Imagine needing to slow down for that chain. Couldn't be me. This is the single race that I wanted to use the hards for. Mediums barely doesn't survive. Yeah, I'm being pushed out by this NSX. Stop pushing me. That was one of the dives of a lifetime. Oh right, yeah, I love that shifty assists. If I think it's ASM. If ASM is slowing you down, it heavily reduces your brakes. The effectiveness of your brakes. So you can't slow down as quickly. It's great. Oh, it's great. And now I'm having skill issues. I'm not concentrating. I think I can close the gap at least, if I don't mess up. We are approaching it. Hello, Supra. Bye, Supra. Now I think we're breaking away from Supra. That was close, almost through this race in the bin. That's probably the only race I'll run with hards. Wait, no, there was another race I think that I would run with hards. Is there a Sakuba race here?
No!
I don't remember.
Find a better gun, man!
But I'll probably also run hards there. There's like 2 races on relatively small circuits that do eat your tires. I think everywhere else I can't just use mediums. Seoul especially is just a bunch of straight lines, so it should be fine.
Oh, it says I'm bucky.
Chassis is going to start wearing out in 17 kilometers. That's going to be a fun rest of the championship. Don't mind me, I'll serve the super, I'll just take the outside. I forgot the braking zone. I'm gonna have to use the slipstream of this Supra in front of me to get to the NSX. We are getting closer to it. I think we were about 3 seconds away last lap. Ooh, I messed up that little corner complex. Lost too much speed on the end. Am I in slipstream range? I think I'm in slipstream range. Ooh, I hit the curb on the right side. That wasn't good. How is this pulling away? That NSX probably has double the power of. And much better aero. This is probably one of the cars that gets... when you use racing tires and you buy racing brakes. Because the stock brakes are pretty weak.
What?
So adding in racing brakes actually does make a pretty big difference. When you're on racing tires, at least. It doesn't do much except slightly stabilize your trail braking when you're on
Why would
sports tires. But with racing brakes, you really feel that extra brake. With racing tires, that is.
I think it's now.
That could have gone worse. Why is the Alcerumo super stuck in last? He gets finished last all 3 races. Oh no, it hasn't, actually. He traded 5th with the Kenzo GTR. Oh, it's just a... It's Fuji 90s. Oh, careful, don't touch the grass. The grass is still lethal. Cutting the chicane in Fuji 1000 kilometers because the race is hard. No. Cutting the chicane in Fuji 1000 kilometers to make the race end faster. Yes. I wish GT4 Online Beta didn't patch that one really funny bug you can do with the gear setup screen. Where you can use the power of exiting and re-entering to essentially be able to set whatever ratios you want. Kinda like GT1. It's a bit more cumbersome than GT1, but hey, at least lets you do that. No such thing in GT4 Online Beta, sadly. The gear trick still works because, well, it's ever present in GT. It's just not the same. I can't have a speed 12 that doesn't wheel spin in first gear in online public beta. It is in fact possible with that glitch. Not the gear trick, but that specific glitch in... well, yeah, that specific glitch. To twist the gears of the speed 12. So without power upgrades, you can have a car that doesn't wheel spin in first gear. With racing mediums, but still. Massive improvement over the default speed 12. I think in races, one of the more interesting bugs that you don't have to... Well, it's kind of rare, not because it's hard to do. Well, it's because it more happens by accident than it does intentionally. If you pass a sector marker and also get overtaken at the same time, oh well, overtaken to the point where you would change in position. If you're in first, you cross the sector marker or the start and finish line, and at the exact frame, you also the second place. The game doesn't know what to do and will tell 1 millisecond ahead of yourself. Great. Why am I in 2 places at once? That was way too early. Into the braking zone. To start braking. Whoops. And a lapse in concentration. Oh no. I think we might be cooked. Not super speedway. I didn't buy nitrous for this car either. Well, let's just see how it goes then. I guess it's time to start doing some illegal driving techniques, like driving on the apron. When they decided to have an oval race in the middle of Super GT, that was a bit of a questionable thing. It may be the hardest because there's, but it does mean the line is shorter. Also, trying not to get murdered while somebody hits. Okay, qualifying first is going to be pretty helpful. They're not completely penalized by the rolling start. I'll use hards because I don't want to risk medium. 10. This is such a silly image. You have 5 JGCC entrants, and then this thing in front of it. Can I just stay here? Do I have enough grip to just stay down here? It would be really funny. I think I might. I think I actually might have enough grip to just stay down there. That Super is approaching quickly though. If you just stay right, like roughly around here. Like here. ASM, please stop. I'm surprised this isn't going any worse. What is this tire wear? The rear left and top right are about equal. Sorry, the rear left and front right equal. The front left is cold. The rear right is warm. What is happening? How are they falling behind? I don't get it. Where are the other? Why are there 3 just bunched up at the back? Who's holding them up? Is 4th place buying clothes at the soup store? What are they doing? Where are they right now? Are they just hitting the wall or slowing down? I think they are. I think they might actually be hitting the outside wall, which is why they're slowing down. And now that the rear tires have warmed up, I think ASM is slightly easing off. Genuinely thought this was going to be a much more hopeless race. Kinda like when trying to do the same thing in GTWC. That one's just... There's no way this car can do it. Even with ideal circumstances, you're not doing 21 laps versus prototypes on this track. Especially when a lot of them can go over 300 on this first corner. And like 270, 260-ish on the second corner. It's just not happening. I do wish the individual power upgrades for this car did just had a little bit more effect. Just so that when doing the whole dual-ass bug in Spec 2 version 105, you actually could get a bit more power on this car. 325 is still, the metric horsepower is still not enough to beat GTWC with this car. You probably need about maybe 400 if you want a good chance at this car. I'm surprised that didn't end up in tears. Also, the Turismo Supra has managed to get themselves up to 3rd place. I'm proud of it. Fun fact, that the Toyota Alcerugo Supra JGTC can get a... So with maximum power upgrades, you get about 1700 horsepower for a couple of seconds. Not that it's very helpful, considering it runs out in like less than 10 seconds, so... You might as well just set it on a lower power setting. Why are we in the US now? Actually, now that I think about it, I'm getting no wheel spin on that car. I'll think about it. Oh god, if this gets back to version 1.09, I'm going to actually have a minor riot. God, if Spec 2 version 1.09 releases, and I extract the Spec DB, and I speak, and this car gets nerfed to have like, I don't know, 100 grip or something, I'm going to stage a minor protest. Because this is probably one of the most fun cars in the entire game. We've gotten to the point in Spec 2 where the legacy wagon is the best legacy. The 2.0 GT wagon touring wagon is the best legacy in Spec 2 at the moment. Because all the benefits of the Spec B variants have basically just been removed during the balancing changes. The Spec B versions of the legacies are supposed to be lower power, better grip. Except now they've got the same grip as the base versions. So what's the point of using them? You just end up with a weaker car overall than if you were to just use the base models. Oh, whoops, I've lost track of time for a second. There's something I gotta do. Be back in a few. That's a new warning. I haven't seen that in PCSX2 yet. Oh, back to the race we go then. I forgot I paused the emulator. Much better. Also, I have never seen that warning before in PCSX2. The one that says, oh, the virtual memory card hasn't been saved to in a long while. Please remember that save states are not a replacement for saving. I guess it might be a recent thing that they've added. Because last year when I was doing... Yeah, last year. When I was doing the 24 hours stuff over a couple of days each, I didn't get that warning. This was race 6, right? You had Laguna Seca, and it was... I know Suzuka's the last one, and then Fuji 2005. Fuji 2005 was second to last. What's race number 7 and 8? I know there's Motegi in there. Motegi Road Course. Motegi Road Course. Suzuka's last. Fuji Speedway 2005 is race 9. Motegi is somewhere in 7 or 8. What's the last one? Surely it's not Tsukuba. Oh, this was the missing race. No, Microsoft Edge, I don't care about your end-of-year summary of 2024. Has anybody else heard about the news of, like, that one wallpaper application? It was like... Microsoft released this one, an application you have like changing backgrounds, a dynamic background. It's kind of like with Windows Spotlight, right? For people who didn't have Windows Spotlight available. Call it, was it Bing wallpapers or something like that? And after someone took a crack at it, just popped it open, he has found out that it was basically... It was stealing your cookies from your other browser and feeding them to Edge. And also silently installed an extension on those browsers, which essentially added a toolbar for Bing. A browser toolbar in current year. It even added like a little nagware pop-up begging the user to switch to Edge. To Bing and Edge. So it's like, what on earth is this? So much traffic. Assists, please. Just let me corner. Maybe that's why nobody likes the Hong Kong race in GTWC. I say no one, but like barely anyone. Because everyone's too used with playing with assists, and playing with assists on this track absolutely sucks. Because without assists, this track is perfectly fine. A bit tight, but fine. Most people are used to playing this game with the assists on default, right? And yeah, ASM is atrocious on this track. Regardless of assists, however, Upper Paris reverse is still terrible. Still can't save that track. What is this? I left the kitchen open and left food in the oven for too long. I think. I'm not paying attention. Think this is Motegi now? Yep. Ah. Yeah, this race isn't particularly difficult, I just find it boring. Because of the track. This is just such a flat track with just all sharp corners. Straight line, sharp corner, straight line, sharp corner, straight line, sharp corner. Did I get shunted by the GTR? Again, not a particularly difficult race, I just want the race to end faster, that's why I'm cutting. That's why I'm cutting. Just want this race to end quicker. Gotta get shoved into the grass there. But on a bad track, I just find this boring. At least it's not Opera Paris. At least it's not Opera Paris. At least it's not Paris. Or Côte d'Azur. I don't care if Côte d'Azur is based on a real track. I don't care if it has heritage or whatever. It's just not a fun racetrack. Unless you're driving around, I don't know, modern K cars. Like, that's about the level of speed that would warrant. Like, anything faster than a K-car just feels like it doesn't belong on Côte d'Azur. I feel like Ice Arena and Grand Canyon are tracks that are dragged down by the mechanics of the game. In a game with better off-road physics and a penalty system that isn't complete garbage, or just a complete removal of the penalty system, Ice Arena and Grand Canyon would not be so bad to drive on. Although I guess the other problem with Grand Canyon is the fact that they make you do 5 laps of it. So it's an extremely long race. To a lesser extent, Chamonix also suffers from the same issue. I feel like for those two, we've actually gotten to the point where I'm now just browsing random Discord DMs because this race is just not very fun. I wish they managed to get the C2 concept in this game too. Yet another weird concept car from Suzuki. The Cappuccino successor that was supposed to be rival the MX-5. With its very interesting choices. Oh, Red Approach Gen 34. Thanks for the follow. What was I on about? Oh yeah, the CT concept. 6-speed manual out of the box. Or 5-speed auto. Connected to a what's it called? A 1.6 liter V8. A twin turbo V8. I'm not exactly sure what the designers were when they were thinking of that particular engine, but sure. It was supposed to produce, what was it, 250 brake horsepower, 4,000 R. Oh man, that would be actually amazing if they had like more estate wagons that were actually like viable for like rally or, you know, other uses in this game. I think the most interesting wagon I've seen in wagon or estate, wagon or similar, or minivan that I've seen in that title has to go to probably a two-way tie between the Estima Hybrid and the Toyota. No, the Nissan L. Wait, no, was it the L Gran? No, it was a Toyota Alphard. Both enthusiast, professional racing. The racing game by Konami. I also like the fact that they were brave enough to give you the Alphard and just said, this rally course, it's rear-wheel drive, have fun. It's a heavy rear-wheel drive, have fun. Yeah, there were plenty of interesting cars I could have probably got in something like this. To make the early stages interesting, to get more variety. I do wish the spirit of totally ordinary road car racing hasn't like disappeared in recent times. Like, I don't care about supercar number 351. I just want to drive a car, race it around, and it happens to be a car that would be like a relatively sensible car to get as a daily driver. The Stageas are extremely cool. The fact that some versions also come with like an RB26. Truly the Skyline wagon the world needs. It would be cool, but it's a shame that a lot of the all-wheel drives in this game have been nerfed hard by Polyphony. As in, they've been given pretty, like, meh grip modifiers, which are like internal grip stats that are supposed to represent, like, mechanical or chassis grip. Like, they're pretty middling, a lot of them. Kind of suffer. So there's only like a few four-wheel drives that are actually, you know, relatively fun to drive off-road. And so far, the only community attempt I've seen at rebalancing them that have been implemented into some kind of mod or whatever just ends up nerfing the good ones instead of making the bad ones better. How much money is the balancing team being paid by Siege devs? Although I feel like in terms of, yeah, boring cars are slow but fun, yeah. I wish that spirit hadn't died out in a lot of recent races. It's all just generic supercar, whatever. I don't care about the supercar. I don't care about whatever this is. I just want to drive a daily and race it around. Don't give me a supercar within 50 game. They're also fun to push, as in make the boring cars are much more fun to push on the track, as in to make them drive way harder than it was ever intended to. There's just a novelty factor about it that just doesn't get old. Oh, I think I need to replace the oil in this thing, because I normally get 158 points, I'm getting 160. Earlier when the A-spec point counts popped up. Oh yeah, the Xantia Active. I wish the active trim for the Xantia was available in this game. It's sadly not. They only have like the standard base model trim for the Xantia. Oh, sorry, no, they have the V6 exclusive, but not the active trim, which would have been really cool with its upgraded suspension. Yeah, the hydropneumatic suspension that allowed it to sustain repeated side-to-side rolls without losing stability. There are plenty of that never made food. As I think someone I've heard put it, somehow you really have to play multiple games to actually just find all those strange cars that never made it into other games. Enthusia, for example, had a couple of interesting cars that would have been really neat in other games, but never made it. The A8, I think, is the Audi A8 was one of them in there that never made it to other games. I think there's a couple more, but off the top of my head, I can't remember. There's definitely a couple more in that never made it to like other games of the era, which would have been an interesting pick. Sadly, my phone is old. I've tried doing GT2 and my phone is old. I haven't had a reason to replace my phone yet, so it's currently a little bit underpowered for running PS1 games. GT2 definitely had some unique picks as well that never made it anywhere. I think the entire lineup of vectors as well. The vector cars, those are cool. Oh, close neighbor then. Currently I'm living in the UK, but originally I'm from Indonesia. Close neighbors then. Still patiently waiting for any more news regarding, what do you call it? The Gran Turismo 4 retuned mod. Because I can't wait to experiment with like the increases of values for, or to try out the cars with increased grip. Because I feel like that would make a lot more cars way more fun to drive. Especially since what they removed, especially in like off-road, where because the mod doesn't have plans to become PS2 compatible, they've already successfully made, was it 6 car off with the penalty system removed. Like I feel like that would be complete chaos with the amount of cars that are available to get dirt tires. Chaos, but like quite fun. Actually, because the mod also doesn't target PS2, I wonder if it's also might be able to get like the special cars drivable. That'd be nice. This is a pretty strange car, to be honest. This is the GSX-R4, a weird concept car dreamt up by Suzuki. It's essentially one of their XR motorbikes fitted with a four-wheel chassis. It's basically a quadricycle. It's powered by one of their generation engines. Also one of the grippiest cars in this game. In terms of raw stats, combined with the fact that it's one of the lightest cars you can get in this game, and the fact that you can go to GT Auto and stick a wing on it. For quite a bit of downforce. It's why even with the handicap of all the assists maxed out, it's still quite able to go head-to-head 500s. Oh man, that just reminds me actually. Since Retuned was planning on giving the GT Auto wings different downforce values, with the bigger wings giving more downforce than the wings now. The biggest wings, that is. I can just imagine the cars with the increased grip, and with the wing, and the fact that they can get dirt tires. There'll be so many more neat choices for off-road. So you're not just stuck with the same old Imprezas and Evos and whatever. You can actually more freely a different car to race off-road with. It does kind of look like a power in it. a power brick for a charger. Or a wall outlet. Or the wall plug itself. But yeah, I just love how this car is. You can just get the B license, get a Suzuki K car, do the Suzuki K car 1 make, take this concept Swift that you upgrade it a bit, throw it into the Suzuki Concepts 1 make, and get one of these. I mean, it's not an easy race, but you know, you still get one of these and it's pretty good. The interior for this thing that was planned is just insane. They've got like the digital display in the middle. I think a digital speedometer as well. It kind of does, yeah. Like the front and rear kind of almost look, the middle sections sort of look like they came off the Copperhead. I'm already imagining the absolute cinema that is the Tommy Kaira ZZ2 rally car in GT4 Retuned. Because considering from some of the downforce values available for some of the wings from the trailer, from the first trailer that was released like a couple months ago, I can't wait to get 100 downforce on a rally car so we can build our own Pikes Peak hill climb monster. This didn't end up counting as like a spec, and it's actually a raceable car, because they actually managed to model a simplified model for it. Like in GT Auto, you might have seen that like the front suspension had a couple more parts exposed, and there was like a second seat on the left of the driver. But in the race model, only one seat, and the so you can end up racing these. And honestly, amazing decision for Polyphony, because this is probably one of the best cars in the game. This has less than 300 horsepower, and it's keeping up with these GT100s, which have power figures approaching, well, 500 horsepower, that is. And just the cornering speed of this is just, for what it is, it's just really good. Like, it can almost take on prototypes. The problem is that, you know, not enough straight line speed. And it loses out on the very high speed corridors because not enough downforce. Increased tuning bounds for cars as well, and tuning ranges in Retuned as well. Would also make some other cars way better. Because the Speed 12, for example, its racing suspension is too... But the fact that we're gonna get increased means that you can finally make it softer. It becomes less of an understeer machine. The GNX has a really nice car. It's a really interesting looking car. The turbocharged V6 with this turbocharged V6. It just looks really good. Oops. Yeah, I can imagine. Turbocharged saloons of that era were very interesting. Like the tuned saloons. Super interesting. A certain Lotus tuned Opal comes to mind. I'm glad that even though, what do you call it, the exclusivity deal, the Porsche's exclusivity, that roof has still become in for car enthusiasts. Their works are just really cool. The CTR3, one of their first fully original works. Absolutely amazing. Oh, absolutely. I'd say they've accidentally managed to make a really accurate portrayal of it in the very nearly 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. And absolutely lethal. The wheel spin is insane. It's no wonder that even the head of PVR, after test driving it, was like, nope, this is too dangerous for the roads. Like, this is the same head whose decision on not including traction control and any kind of, like, drive was because, oh, they know, people who are buying this know what they're getting into. But they drew the line on the Speed 12. That's when you know they've really cooked something absolutely dangerous. Nice. Yeah, all-wheel drive probably would have suited it a lot better because it would have been way more able to manage its power than if it were just completely rear-wheel drive. I guess maybe the all-wheel drive system would have been too heavy. They wanted something extremely light, and they didn't want to sacrifice the near 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. I think one of the other funnier nicknames I've seen for the GSX-R4 is that it kind of looks like a computer mouse. Here it is, the best GT300 available in this game. Stat-wise, that is. Now my question is, do I use it for GTWs, beat GTWC? But in this challenge where I have to have all the... Dang it, I meant GT500. I don't really have much time for any more, like, long events or whatever. So I guess I'm just going to show an illegal tuning technique. Not the assists, but the gears. There is a bug only available in retail GT4, not available in online public beta, that lets you do some nasty things to the gear. So setting the final and then setting the auto, and then not doing anything other than just changing the ratios and then adjusting the final. This is a bug that they forgot to fix. So the first step, max out the final, max out the auto. Now set the distance you want for your gears using the first two gears. this is going to be what you want. This is going to be your target. So now what you press OK, exit out of the gear menu, adjust the final to, I don't know, something lower. Nudge the auto slider, cancel the gears, adjust the gears, and as you can see, the game still thinks I'm in that longer final. So now it lets me set shorter ratios or longer ratios. So I can now repeat it with a lower final value than what you just used for third and fourth gear. Nudging the auto and canceling the op. And now, fourth is here. You can do this with any arbitrary amount of steps in order to set however the gears you want. But in the end, you essentially have extremely close gears, very small RPM drop, which is ideal for like cars with a lot of power that need to tame wheel spin, like the Speed 12, or what I'm about to do to this car to make it GTW. This is one of the few cars that can actually handle, race cars that can actually handle a stage 4 turbo without much issue. Especially when you do that with the gears. Get some tires as well. Also get some oil in there as well, why not? That gear bug is also very helpful for something like the Formula Gran Turismo. And also has minimal wheel spin on the lower gears. So it actually allows you to use all the gears of the Formula Gran Turismo, effectively. Oh, one of the most important parts of car in this game. Max the downforce out. They rarely ever come with the downforce maxed out. Hello. I'm afraid you've caught me at a bad time. I don't really have much time to do anything else today. See, is there anybody up? Oh yeah, there is, actually. Send you all there then. I'm not actually sure what game this is from, but it is nice. I'll see if I can find the tracker module for it. Anyway, thanks for being here.